Say hello to the camera.
Hello, motherfucker.
Good morning, all you beautiful people. Hopefully you're having a fine, what is it, Wednesday, Thursday? Jesus, look at my hair. You think I would have done something with that before I turned the camera on, huh? How are you? All. What? Oh, that was not what I wanted to show off. Nothing important, but Aristotle coming in with a resub. Greatly appreciated. Hope you're having a wonderful, wonderful Thursday. How are you all? Hopefully well. I can't see shit. What, you hear me start talking? You see me start talking to the microphone and suddenly you want to be on camera? Or do you want out? Oh, he wants out. Give me just a second. Yeah, con crash is a thing. You want an orgy card? Patreon. You can have an aluminum one, which are the ones that they were visible in the background. Let me see why they went away. So the aluminum ones are the ones in the background. This is a stainless one right here, and I'll show you the finalized titanium design here in just a moment. Let me get the next phase of this card underway. Well, thank you very much. I greatly appreciate it, and that's what we sent them for, was for giving away. We helped. Sigalian helped with the layout and the design. They were a blast to make. I learned a lot more about making coins, or about designing and making the coins from Sigalian's order. So we'll be able to, on the next go around, make bigger and better coins. Who is calling me? Give me just a second, chat. Calling about a business I sold fucking almost 5 years ago. So, Speeding, there's been some texture issues on, there was another patch, I believe. But there was some texture issues that should have gotten fixed. Oh, that's taking far too long. Let's turn that up to 80. It's like, man, why is that taking forever? And Drew, it will get made on stream today, here in just a little bit, actually. Or wait, no, the titanium ones are coming, but everyone today, I'm making everyone an aluminum card that will go out in this month's shipments, and then everyone that had a $25 tier and above starting this month. When I get my titanium cards in, we'll get the titanium card. I'll show you what the titanium cards are going to look like. They turned out, just cherry. There was a lot of mistakes made in getting those right. All right, let's see here. Hey, Renoxus. All right, so. Now, mind you, right now, the titanium card mock-ups that I'm making, I'm having to cut out with the laser, so they might look on some of the edges kind of crunchy, but they still look amazing. The other ones will be nice and machine cut, very, very clean. But here they are. So you'll have your rank in gold over here on this side with your enlistment number, USSA blue logo, a security pattern in the background, and then it doesn't really show up on camera, but at the very top and at the very bottom in a repeating gold pattern, it just says USSA. I have a better picture that kind of shows it off. And then I'll give you guys an early access sneak peek of the USSA challenge coin that's in the works currently. Yep, that goes to the citizen dossier on the RSI webpage, correct. Now the colors on the stainless card, which as you can see are going to be slightly different. Just a second. And then let me pull up. All right, so there's a few designs I'm working on. I haven't quite finished off how I'm going to do the USSA coin, but I'm going to show you a few new techniques that wouldn't say quite mastered, but I've been working on for this coin to give it that little special extra touch, you know, since I am the maker of said coin. Our orgs coin has to be a little bit extra. So that's a micro printing in the background there. This is one version. And I haven't quite made up my mind if I'm going to do the USSA logo on the upper rim, or USSA on the upper rim and the logo on the outer rim, like on the outside of the coin. But I may take and move it off the rim and go to USSA, our logo, USSA, our logo, etc., all the way around. Hey, Morbid. So that's one design. And then the other one that I'm working on to get perfected looks kind of like this. I've just got to find out which one I like more. And then myself and the other officers will have a meeting and vote. So just to give you an idea how small that lettering is there inside the logo, That is, each one of those letters is about a half a millimeter in height. So that's that coin right there. Where did it go? So to give you an idea for scale on how big those letters are, that is that coin. And then there's the backside. But I've got a special thing I'm working on for the USSA coin. I've got to get an arbor press here, and then once the arbor press gets here, we can work on that special part for this coin. Yeah, I just haven't. Well, on the. I'll leave that as a surprise once it gets here, and like I said, I haven't quite made up my mind on which one I like. I kind of lean more towards this design. Yeah, it's not centered at all. These are me just doing some mock-ups to kind of look at things and see what I like. This is this inner print, because if you look on the side of the wall here, if you look on the side, the letters extend up the side of the wall, all the way on the inside of the logo. So that technique's called micro printing, and the precision involved for that to get everything lined up just right is fucking annoying. But the result is so worth. Because here's what the coin looked like before the micro printing. But yeah, the logo's not centered at all. When I'm doing like technique tryouts and stuff like that, I don't center anything. I just want to see how the technique's going to look, what the design's going to look like, how's it going to fit. But I'll tell you, the biggest challenge I had was getting this USSA centered all the way around the coin. As you can see, it's a little to the left over here. And it will, like, I've already made the promise that when CITCON for sure rolls back around to Austin, Texas, Esmeralda and myself will be attending. Yeah, just testing things. Just, like I said, this micro printing technique is kind of something new. And I wanted to see how well it worked. And it's cool, but it's kind of a bitch. Let's see if I have them. So to give you an idea, so you guys normally see the designs and they're solid like that. You don't begin to even see the printing on this design until you get to about right there. Yeah, now after the stainless card finishes, we'll get everything done in do everything on the get started on the aluminum cards. They're my favorite to watch. But yeah, on the top and bottom of the card, so SIG doesn't get mad at us. We changed out the circuit board design to this USSA. And then, yeah. And I've got all our Patreon reward cards, our card members over here. So I want to give I do owe you guys some shout outs. Let me get this pulled up. Because I haven't done those in a hot minute. Let's see here. So to our Patreon subscribers and supporters, I do, I want to express to everyone that, yeah, the Santa coin. Here, I'll show it off too. You Patreon subscribers are what will allow me to make this cool shit. You're the ones that help fund, the coins, the cards, the giveaways. You guys are the ones that go the extra to allow us to make the cool shit for not only the community, but for the org as well. So a special thanks to all you guys. And I'm going to go through that list here in just a minute. Let's see here. So the Santa coin he's talking about is this one here. I'm going to figure out why that's not showing correctly. So the detail on this coin is probably, I don't want to say it's my best coin to date, but this design taught me how to pull detail out of a design unlike that I've ever pulled out before. Because this coin, let me see here, you can't even tell it was done with a laser. It looks like, straight up looks stamped. Find it. Like, this is what I want, the level of detail I want to get in all my coins. Like, you can't tell it was laser engraved, all except for that little bit of swarf up here at the top, and that was because I didn't get the damn design centered. But yeah, this is the detail I'm shooting for on all of our backer reward coins. So like when you see me say no, it's because the quality doesn't meet what I want the quality to meet. Alright, so we're going to turn... Oh shit, where's it at? That one? That one. Alright, we're going to turn that one off. Then we're going to do the blue layer again. and then we'll start doing the aluminum. Again, the aluminum cards are my favorite. But a quick shout out to Frank the Tank, and these are in no particular order. Frank the Tank, Cody, Drew, Yawk Dragons, Putt Putt, Vin Monk, John Shepard, Captain Havoc, Myark, Renoxus. Let's see. These are the guys that are contributing to the stream, contributing to the Patreon, and allowing us to make this cool shit. The more Patreon subscribers we have, the more cool shit I can make. Like, just to give you an idea, the titanium blanks are costing me about $500. Now, mind you, that's not what Patreon's pulling in, but that's what the cards are costing me. So you're getting the $25 tier, you're getting the titanium card. You'll get one when you sign up. You're getting the challenge coin monthly. And then as I come up with more and more shit, that stuff will get sent out to you guys as we make it. Just as my way of saying thank you for contributing to the community and helping us make this cool shit possible. So for myself, Esmeralda, and Willie, thank you guys so much for supporting the stream and giving me the opportunity to create this kind of stuff and create this kind of content for you guys, for Star Citizen, and for the community as a whole. So thank you guys very, very much. All right, and again, this card's almost done. And we're going to get everyone's card made today to throw in the envelopes. And just to show you guys they're all prepped. I'm going to show you guys something real quick. Here is everybody's backer rewards envelopes that's already got their Drake coin in there. Some of them have the RSI coin already packaged in there. And then on tomorrow's stream and Sunday's stream, we're going to get the Crusader coins completed. I'm just waiting on the enamel to arrive to backfill in the background. And I did take, I did make some extra vulture coins to set aside. That design has been deleted, destroyed. No more vulture coins from back in October will be created. There's 4 that are made. These are the last 4. Because it's not fair for those of you guys that signed up. These are for like giveaways and things like that we'll have around Luminalia, are goodwill gifts to like SIG employees, as we're trying, because again, I am working to get these coins licensed so that they can be sold openly. Actually, I think I may stick with this design, this look on the stainless cards. It looks really nice. That copper color has like a metal flake to it. It looks extra bougie. And I'll show it off on camera here in just a minute when we get done. You can wait outside. You just went outside. So now that everyone's had a chance to kind of digest the CITCON content. Good morning, Rhino. Now that we've had a chance to digest everything that happened at CITCON, everybody's thoughts still the same? Do they have more questions they want asked or want to ask and get answered? You know, now that you've breathed it all in and it's out there, does your opinion moving forward now stay the same? Are you still hyped up? Tell me your thoughts. All right. And let's see. I gotta find a supplier for better stainless too. I gotta find some 1mm thick stainless cards. These are 1/2 mil and they're not thick enough. The stuff, so for me, like the stuff we saw at CITCON this year was the stuff every one of us veteran backers have been backing and supporting and trudging through the crud for to see it coming to fruition. Like, there's not words that I can. So this one does 60 watts output, but dot size power is, I think it's effective like 12 kilowatt dot effective laser size. Oh yeah, I can't wait for base building. I've got an 8 by 8 kilometer square of land that's got my name on it, and I can't wait. Let me let Willie in. And you guys, 8 by 8 kilometers. Oh my God. What? You hear this guy? We should be able to butt, like, if we're all in an org, I hope they allow us to butt them all up against one another. Come here. Yes, yes, he does. Yeah. Someone is spoiled rotten. Yeah. Yeah, base building and outpost management is one of the features I'm looking most forward to. That, persistent hangars, the distribution center. So it's kind of, for me, persistent hangars, cargo and outpost, and the distribution centers. Well, maybe if we can get enough Patreon supporters between now and Invictus, or now and Luminalia, I'll have the extra budget um, for some cool ship giveaways. All right, can I have my lap back so I can show everybody some stuff, or do you want to keep trying to lick the salt off my skin? Go lay down. Go. Go. Ow, that's a nut. So that's the stainless card. Willy drool included. Oh my god. Oh, now he sees himself on the big TV. Hopefully we have the ability to lock individuals out of specific buildings, even if they are org mates. Putt. Can I have my lap back? What are you? Look, I know I'm your emotional support human. No. I'm gonna make you a new name tag. He's literally got a paw on each shoulder. No. No, I know where that tongue's been. I don't want any. I still don't have TTS set up. Well, I did, but it stopped working again. Stop it. No. Okay, we're done. Go lay down. No, go lay down. Okay. There you go. So yeah, there's the stainless card. Oh wait, that's the wrong side. There's the stainless card. Alright. So We'll go general white sign. And people say I'm the weird one. Sign. There we go. All right. Drew Hillian. Well, that was a big old fat finger. Yours is to be determined. You haven't earned citizenship yet. You're on a government watch list. All right, Control F. That's why. All right, Drew's number is 1370331. Yes. Okay, blue, red. All right, here we go. This is my absolute favorite part of making these. Let me make sure everything's lined up and good to go. All right, Drew, here's your card. Let me adjust this camera so you can get a better view. All right. Ah, shit. I forgot to change that number. Well, since we did that, and I screwed that one up, I'm going to test something because I'm not sure. No, Rhinoxus is the one you got to watch out for. Oh, there's the back of the screen on the phone already has a line in it. There, Von Cody. It's already happened. Also, the front-facing camera took a laser blow straight to the sensor. But since I messed this card up, we're gonna experiment on it because I want to see how something looks. Did you guys hear about the Alaskan air pilot who lost his shit midair? He was riding in the jump seat and tried to shut the engines off like mid-flight. Yeah. Yeah, guys, nuttier than squirrel shit in a peanut factory. Yeah, now he's getting charged with, I think, 80 counts of. It's like, is it a attempted involuntary or attempted murder? Yeah, he wasn't a pilot or a co-pilot. He was literally riding in the jump seat, catching a flight from wherever he was at back to his base of operations. Oh yeah, and that little piece of, or that little card he's got that says pilot's license is probably no longer going to be valid. Yeah, they're like mid-flight, and oh yeah, they were mid-flight, and he pulled the engine fire flame retardant system. Yeah, yeah. Special. Is that the right settings? Yeah, hell no, that'll take forever and a day. Once this card gets done, I'll let you guys vote on which version you like better on the aluminum cards. So I got a crosshatch? Of course it does. You can see the little bits of aluminum getting ablated. So everyone gets an aluminum card. This is typically only done on titanium, or titanium and stainless. So what it's engraving right now is the little circles you see back there. I just had it. No, so that card, the black cards are aluminum. So titanium and stainless I can do colors on. Aluminum, my colors are gray, natural, and white. Unless we did some kind of sticker over it. Which I'm not even about to try and cut that out on a vinyl cutter and do a sticker. It would be an absolute nightmare. Almost done. Being honest, it doesn't look like I thought it would. Alright, Vinmonk, I'm going to use yours for the comparison. So which version do you guys like better? The top version or the bottom version? With the circle lines, without the circle lines. Drew, didn't you join our org? Oh yeah, you did. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to pull you up in our dossier. Alright, so I'll show again. Oops. Focus. With the center lines or without the center lines? I got another one here. I can try something different. Yeah, no, I kind of agree. Better without it. I tried. We'll make that a feature of the titanium and the stainless, or we'll keep that a feature of those two. All right. You are. Three, and you are all right. There we go. Now, if I get a topo of Microtech, I might actually put that on the background, or a topo of one of the planets. All right, so number 103. For right now, but we have Pyro coming in soon, which we should start seeing sneak previews of it next week. Hey, Putt Putt, have you got any word on when you're going to get your fiber laser finish getting set up? Figures. That would probably save me a fortune on the titanium order. Because I seriously doubt you want to try and cut that shit out with a bandsaw. Be replacing a bandsaw blade every other card. Alright, so we got Drew done. You used your inside words. Eight 66044. Okay, got that in there. Well, thank you for using your inside words there, Putt-Putt. At least these cards are anodized well. I love when I've ordered some anodized cards in the past, and the amount of smoke that anodization layer puts off is not natural. It's brush. It was typically brushed aluminum with candy paint sprayed over it. All right, Drew. There's your aluminum one. Turn some music on. Do, 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 do.
Bonjour! Bonjour, CITCON. We are so happy to be here. It's been so long to see you guys physically and just being able to interact. It's been fantastic so far. We're super excited about all this. The video you just watched outlined a lot of features in the Star Engine. It's a reminder of what makes this game so special. It's a focus on fidelity. I said it. It's a focus on immersion, and it's a focus on seamlessness, being able to go everywhere, and you're just there. The accomplishments from the tech teams at CIG have been numerous in building all the technology that allow you to run the game and allow you to experience the same things that we see in our dev setups. And so what we're about to see today is a deep dive into all these features. But first, I wanted to touch really quickly on this last year. We have launched persistence, or added persistence. It's been a rocky road this year, and I want to thank you guys for keeping on playing, giving us a hand, giving us good bug reports. It's been fantastic for us to improve the stability of the game.
I'm trying to find the server meshing demo again.
I just want to touch on one bit, which is that all the people you will see in the next couple tech panels are really the best at their craft in the world. They are infused by a value that we tremendously value at CIG, which is optimism. That this game can be made.
There it is.
My name is Paul Reindl. I'm Director of Online Technology. And I'm going to show you a little bit inside.
I gotta watch this Black Magic again.
Streaming and the replication layer. I thought about what's the best way to show you something about that tech, and I thought about putting some technical drawings on the slides, or maybe show video like we did 2 years ago. But really, the best way to show you how persistent entity streaming works is to give you a live demonstration. And that's what I'm going to do. All right. So this will all be live, so please bear with me if there's any glitches. So let's keep this rolling. I think I'm supposed to press the button. No, it's already switched. Before we start, a little bit, I just give you a little bit an overview what you see here. Let me set up everything. one moment, sorry. So on this left side, you will see my client window. And on the bottom side, you will see the server renderer. So for this demonstration, and I start a second client, I'm just stopping that. Sorry about that. This is live, all right. So again, on this side, you see the client. And he just logged out because I started a second client. So let's do this again. One more time. On this side, you see the server renderer, which is currently, it has nothing streamed in. I'm showing a small demonstration level. And on this side, you see the entity graph, which is our online database. That's powering what you see in persistent entity streaming, what you play since 3.18. And I also have some metrics on the screen, which shows the entity graph worker, the requests per minute, per second, the mutations, and you also will see entities created and destroyed once I do that. All right, so let's wait for my client to come up and join this level. So the first thing that will happen when I join this level, you will see on that server, everything streams in, and my client gets connected and also streams in everything on the client view. What would happen on the behind the scenes is that my player just got unstowed into that chart, and we at real time created everything for this player. So you will see his body is attached to the player.
All right, Put, we're going to do your card now.
His head with all his customizations, his undersuit, and then all his customizations as well on the undersuit. What you also see is that this player just got unstowed and attached to a static zone object container. And this is how our zone system works. Basically, on the server, you will see 3 different zones, purple, green, and red. And each zone comes with its own coordinate system and its own physical grid. And this is how we actually, on live, do zone transitions between your ship, empty space, space station, or a planet. And you will see, as I walk between those zones, I will, at real time, update it in that entity graph. And this all happens seamless. So for a client, this is completely transparent. You don't notice that. But this is actually what's happening when you step in or out into a ship. And this is very unique to our engine. No other engine has this zone system. And that allows us to do all the amazing stuff you saw in the videos before, transitioning in and out of planets and go from the smallest scope to the largest scope. So everything we do in a shard, so this is like a mini level, like the mini PU level, is also persisted in this database. When we create new entities in our engine, in Star Engine, those entities get pushed into our entity graph, into our online database at real time, and then from there replicated to our clients. So if I go ahead
I just about made your card a permanent addition to my work table.
and spawn a couple of plushies here, you will see they spawn, they get created immediately on my entity graph and replicated on the server and on the client. So spawn a couple more here. And you see this, the pengus I spawn in the other zone get attached to the other zone. And then if I go and transition one of those, they will also transition between the different zones. And the same works for ships or more complex entities. If I spawn this buggy here, you will see this one gets created with all its attachments and everything else attached to it. And this is just my small demo level here. On live, we have up to 600,000 dynamic entities that get created for one single shard. And this is just the initial state. After 2 weeks, 3 weeks of gameplay, when you guys go in and destroy stuff, spawn stuff, play around, it goes in the millions of entities. So this in itself is pretty amazing tech. The next time I want to talk about is our streaming system. Most engines do stream on texture or geometry. We actually stream entities, and we do stream persistent entities. So when I turn on the streaming system here and I walk into this, if I walk over to the red area, you will see that the purple area will stream out together with all the entities on that server. So it does not only stream out on my client, it actually streams out on that server. And when I come back in the green zone, that purple zone streams back in with all the entities in there with their full persistent state. So now I have a second player join. Benoit is going to join me. So Ben, if you want to join, okay, I think we see him over there. Hey, Ben. Sorry.
This is probably one of the best tech demonstrations I think I've ever witnessed. That didn't make me want to like fall asleep where I sat watching it.
Nice. All right, I'm going to spawn a couple more penguins here. Because the next thing I want to talk about is new technology we are right now developing, and we are about to put on the tech preview for you to play. And this is actually the replication layer split. And that's the big next step in our great vision, obviously, as you might know. So in this demo, my client and my servers, they are no longer directly connected. Actually, I have a new service running here, and that is our replication service. So my client is connected to this replication service, and my server is connected to this replication service. And the replication service, the sole purpose is to get all the entities which are in the entity graph and stream them to clients and servers which are connected to. And what's really cool about this is, let's do a little experiment here. I mean, you all know our game has bugs. It's still alpha, and sometimes things can happen. So let's see what's happening when I kill my server here. So this is my server, the actual console. So let's just shut it down. And yes, this is where you would usually see a 30K or something.
Give me just a second.
Kind of froze there for a bit. And Buggy does a bit weird stuff. I can shoot those pingus, but the world is really in a frozen state right now. But I didn't disconnect, because I'm connected to the replication layer and not to the server anymore. In the meantime, I'm just starting a new server. Let's be a bit patient for it. Should come back online in a second. And as you can see, now that the server came back, it restored the state. It restored the state, and the simulation just continued.
Try refreshing, Drew, because I have my stream pulled up in a separate window, and it appears fine. You mean just a second, though. I've got to run out. The mailman's here.
To work as before. So this will be, again, this is a very early tech, but this is a great benefit of what we have with our replication layer split. But There's one more thing. And let's try this thing again. I just killed my server, and I'm trying to do that again. But this time, we're doing something different. So let's first go in here. This is my development tool. I can talk about it in a second. So let's stop that server again. And restart. And this will take a little bit. I'm running this tool you see here. This is our internal development tool. This tool runs the entire stack of our game on this PC. This is obviously for development only, and I can do that with my small test level. But this really helps online devs and all people who work on the incredible, complicated tech we hear to be able to develop our game. And because I run everything on this PC, it's a bit slow. So let's wait and see what's happening here. All right. Simulation continues. I can see Ben moving again. Hey, Ben. However, what just happened? Well, as you can see on my screen, I no longer have one server connected. I have 3 servers connected to this replication layer. So what you guys see here, this is the very first version of a working server mesh. All right. So now I'm going to explain a little bit how this magic works, because it is truly magic.
I mean, Authoritives 970. I mean, it's just nuts. Like, these guys are truly like wizards. They are binary wizards. Like, Store, what's your thoughts on this? Because, I mean, as I sit here and stare at it, so I'm looking at the details on each of the servers. So server DGS Mesh 02, which is this top right one, it has 102 entities, 1 authoritative, 79 replicated, 0, is it 0 static? Yeah, 0 static, 14 local. 2 clients connected, and it shows the clients, Dev 40 and Dev O. Then Mesh 1 has 102 entities, 70 authoritative, 10 replicated, 0 static, and 14 local. And then server 3. Oh, wait. So this is mesh 00, 01, 02. So 00 has 102 and 102 entities, same as 01. 71 replicated, 9 authoritative, 0 static, and 14 local. Like, how is it? How is? Well, I mean, server and client authority, fairly familiar, uh, knowledgeable, but not intimately knowledgeable with game code mechanics, and game states and stuff. I'm fairly familiar with. It's still, I mean, it's mind numbing to try and wrap around like how they're going to try and scale this. Because, I mean, like you said earlier, you think of a single entity graph on one server right now after a couple of weeks, it's got millions of entities on it. And you take and do server meshing, you're going to have, like, I mean, are you going to have an entity? I guess you're creating an entity graph that's unique for each player. And that entity graph moves from server to server through replication layer and replication layer until it enters another entity, and then it becomes part of that entity graph. Like the mechanic, like the black magic voodoo that's going on behind the scenes, I don't even want to try and fathom that. But understanding like which one's authoritative? Is the replication layer? I'm guessing the replication layer would have to be authoritative. So the client connects to a user server, which would then authenticate to the, well, once you authenticate there, the next step would be to connect to the replication layer, because the replication layer would have to be the authoritative connection for all transactions relaying out through the server mesh. Does that track with your thoughts there, Store? Again, that's a high-level explanation, like not going into the nitty-gritty. And then, like, is there a replication layer for each for each node? Because each node's going to contain multiple glyph databases, game servers, etc. We just had a little earthquake. Give me the 5 Mile High version, because that's what I'm wrapping my, because like I'm looking at it from a client server perspective, where client connects, like, so you open the client, you authenticate, then are you connecting directly to the game server, or dedicated game server? Are you connecting to the replication layer first? Like, which direction is data transmitting? Because there has to be some high level optimizations here for this to work correctly. But if it was server authoritative and the server crashed, 30K, what does your client stay connected to? Because I know he says the client is connected to the replication layer and the server is connected to the replication layer. But wouldn't it be better for like in one, out one? I mean, I guess you could, connect to the game state or the game server, but I'm still. Well, I mean, it's called a replication layer on purpose. So it's basically just keeping a log of everything each player is actively doing. And in the event that the server faults, and if the server faults, then it just maintains the connection to the replication layer. And then when the server comes back online, it connects to the next available server and duplicates that data. Hence, replication layer. Okay, so your thoughts are client connects to the DGS, handshakes to the replication layer. A new connection is joined to both, one for server stat, and then basically everything that's occurring is, like you said, getting dumped, sprayed like a fire hose into the replication layer, and written to, I'm guessing, like a graph, entity graph tracker. And then that data, in the event that a 30K occurs, the client falls back onto the replication layer. So it's a failover.
Server, when it came up and the replication layer realized there are 3 servers, we assigned different zones to those servers. And we said, okay, server 1, you are the authority over the purple area. Server 2, you are the authority over the green area. And the last server is authoritative over the red area. You can still see that those servers have all those entities replicated, but only the entities within their zone are actually authoritative on that server. So while I'm in this green zone at the moment, my entity is simulated on that green server and just replicated on the other server. And now, as I transition between those zones, you will see that on that green server, I just lost authority, and on that purple server, I just gained authority. And because my player was replicated on both servers, this completely works seamless. And again, let's do that a couple of times. You see on my client here, I don't notice anything of that. This all happens behind the scenes.
But I know most of this stuff, and my brain fucking hurts. Like, I understand every word that Store Citizen said, but my brain just doesn't want to comprehend what my eyes are seeing. I'm also eating shredded cheese.
And this doesn't work only on me. Let's turn on the zone colors and the object, the authority assignment on the client as well. You can see that even entities, as they transition into the other zone, seamlessly transition to that zone. And not only that, I can also interact with entities that are on the other side. So if I go on this green zone, for example, and I shoot this, I can still shoot that purple entity.
That's straight up fucking voodoo. And these guys made a deal with the devil.
And I can also just go ahead and destroy that buggy which sits on that other zone. There you go. Always fun to blow stuff up, right? All right. So there's more to this. The first thing I will do, let's spawn a fresh buggy. I just destroyed my old one.
See, the handoff is why I think it all takes place in the replication layer. Because what I think is happening, okay, and I may be fucking wrong, I think the replication layer, once a connection is established and you're in the game session, the replication layer becomes authoritative. So everything you do in the game, all right, the replication layer handles everything the player interacts with and sends that data to the corresponding DGS that's handling the data for that particular area. Like, for example, if you're standing in the green zone, I'm going to turn my camera on because you guys are going to laugh at how much I'm talking with my hands right now. If you're standing in the green zone and you fire into the purple, okay, if you were doing that where the server was authoritative, the server would have to track that bullet across from one server to another. Whereas if you're tracking it in the replication layer is the authoritative handler of the data. You fire in one section, the replication layer says, okay, DG00 is handling the Pico sitting on the ground over in the on DG00. Okay, so he's firing from DG01 to DG00, track that object. And vice versa, like when you kick a Pico from one server to another, you become an authoritative entity in that server. When you move in the replication layer is tracking those lines and where you are and what you're pointing at, and is handling that data off to the corresponding server. That's the only way the latency can make sense, because the actual the actual interaction is taking place on the DGS, and then it's parsing that data to the DGS to be committed into, for lack of a better term, to be committed to the database as a transaction or an interaction. Make sense? 07 my arc. Or do I sound nuttier than squirrel shit in a peanut factory? No. So the client is connecting to the replication layer and the server both. So the server is now's when I need a big whiteboard. So the data that's being sent to the replication layer from the client, from your computer, and the data that's being sent to the DGS are cross-mapped. What happens on the replication layer has to match the data that's happening on the server. The only thing that's happening, the replication layer is handling, is the change off from one server to another. So like if you fire from DG01 into DG00, the replication layer says to the server, allow that, or it hits here. Correct. And then you're just cross-checking. Basically, the server's cross-checking everything before it commits it to the database. And again, I'm speaking at very high level. We could drill down into this into a rabbit hole, but that's the only way the latency can make sense. That will also help balance out global latency as well. Right, but you're not asking one server, one machine to like, you may have several servers in a node that's doing nothing but replication layer data. You may have another node that's doing nothing but DGS data. And then you may have another node that's committing everything coming from the replication layer and or coming from the DGS to database, to the glyph database or graph database, whatever the fuck it's called. That way each node can be optimized for their specific tasks in that region. And that allows them to scale it on a cost-effective method so that, like, we have 1.5 million users in the United States. We need X amount of DGSs for any given time in the United States, X amount of replication layer nodes, X amount of glyph databases. Right. So you have graph database. I think it's graph. So you have the graph databases that commits what both the replication. So basically, fuck, I need a whiteboard. Paint. Okay. We're getting fucking high tech. So you have replication node. And inside that node, you have several servers. This is, please forgive me because I don't have time to draw for scale or any type of accuracy. Okay. Then you pretty much, yeah, that's what we're doing here. Then you have DGS node. The fuck? And apparently I can't fucking spell. Or draw. Alright. Yeah. Fuck it. Alright. Then you have... So we have to have an authentication server that just says, yes, this is a valid user. That's what happens when you first open the RSI launcher. So, and then you have, you know, the all-important player. All right. So the first thing that's got to happen is you launch the client, and that connects. Oh God, that's a horrible color. That connects to the authentication server, which then I'm assuming serializes this connection and then tells the digital game server and the replication node to connect to player one. So these are going... Why can't I draw with a bigger pencil? So we have server connection this way. Then there. Oh God, that's horrible. I'm not an artist. At least not in paint. And here. Okay, that connects to there. Which then hands this connection off and creates a connection to player one on both the replication node and the DGS node. Oh yeah, we forgot something. We need the ever scary database. And let's just say they have some redundancy built in here. You have half of the database nodes that are active are set for replication. I'm just putting this in here as redundancy. Stop it, Microsoft. And then the other half are game server commits. Oh, good. Not everybody's gone running away yet. And this node is kind of split. You can kill me quicker with actual more bullets hitting me accurately and with less latency. So, all primary communication and I'm not drawing this anywhere near what I would do on a whiteboard because my doing it with paint is fucking me up anyway. So we know that there's a connection between the replication nodes and the DGS node. We know that exists. 100%. All right, so these two talk back and forth to one another. We already know that's a thing. Does this make sense so far, Store? Is this tracking with what your thought process? And if we're prioritizing these connections, the way I see it would be happening is this would be 0. All right. I said, and this would be 1. Microsoft Paint, why do you got to be such a pain in the wait. I clicked the fucking eraser. Oh, goddamn. Not worth it. Okay, so you connect to your authentication server. That initiates a connection, a handoff between the DGS node and the replication node to the client. All right, so now the authentication server steps out. All right, it's no longer part of anything. Now, priority communication goes to the replication node. So everything you do in game goes here and has priority. It also gets streamed to the DGS node. Now, there is probably an in-between here that's parsing data, but I'm not going that far into scale. These two are in constant communication with each other, cross-checking. They're, one's going, player 1 is doing this, player 1 is doing this, data matches. Then it writes that data this is holding a temporary copy of the data here. That's not what I wanted. In the event that this goes down, instead of it stopping all gameplay, it just holds everything in stasis until this comes back up, and then this pulls from the temporary copy of what's written here onto the game server, and play continues. I'm going to draw this out much better with Photoshop or a fucking flowchart later. So you connect, handoff's done, connections created between your client and the DGS node and the replication layer. Everything you... Could they be using an in-the-middle server, a man-in-the-middle server? They would have to. Because your latency to this node and this node would cause... You would have so many time corrections. Because you're going to have a different latency. Like if you're connected to two different servers at a given time, well, the player bases are going to be geographically dispersed. But what I'm thinking is for simplification and for time code correction, because that's on the network layer, that's a fucking thing. You would have, instead of the handoff being directly to the DGS, you would get handed off to a game server. That game server then takes everything you do and sends it to the DGS and the replication layer. If the connection breaks between either one of those, it goes into a sort of stasis. If the replication layer crashes, once the replication layer comes back up, it pulls its last known good state. Reconnects to the DGS, loads your last good location, and vice versa. So yeah, you could put a, I'm just going to put mom or MIM, man in the middle server in California, one in Texas, one in Chicago, and say fucking one in Florida, and maybe one in New York. Okay, and based on your geolocation on your IP address, you connect to the closest one to you. Those middleman servers then connect to AWS to offload game data. That would be the only way this could fucking work with any kind of logic. That makes neither. And that man in the middle server keeps kind of a log or a game state for your connection, your player, on it in the event of a replication layer fault, or a game server fault. I don't know. I'm talking out of my ass. I'm going to have to thought experiment the shit out of this. Because this doesn't make sense. This shouldn't fucking work this way. Not with this level of latency. My brain hurts now. So the only way this would work is if you had some type of middleman. You would have to have something handling the data before it went, like, to synchronize that data before it went to the replication layer and the game server. There has to be something in the middle. I would wonder. And hey, nerd, welcome to chat. Nice seeing you in here again. I'm wondering It would be stupid. No. I mean, really and truly, everything they've done is fucking out in left field, so it's not out of the ballpark. But could they be aggregating the data through several middlemen or data handlers before it gets to the DGS? Could you be playing the game on an elevated DGS that's basically acting as a ghost copy of the server or shard that you're on? And then after X amount of time, that data is committed to the graph or to the database. So because you have multiple points of data that's why they don't want people to play the game solo. That's why they encourage multiple people. Every client connected to the server acts as acts as an error checking system. You notice they're doing the demo with 2 people. Every nearby client is error checking the other client. Hey, North End. That would be the only way this makes any type of sense. They're creating basically a type of mesh error correction, an integrity check. Hence the high CPU load. You're taking and using part of your CPU load for error correction. You're fine. I followed. That would be it. I mean, that's the only way. They're using hierarchy logic gates. Or not gate. I'm sorry, it's a cross mix of electronics engineering and fucking networking engineering. Because we're literally trying to break apart networking theory that's never, like, it's been done on the enterprise scale, but not like this. Where, however many milliseconds. Yeah, North End, we're nerding out. That's why I say your CPU load isn't the game. It's error correction. It's sanity checks. It doesn't make sense, but none of this fucking does. This is fucking voodoo. This is black magic voodoo. No, so so here's my theory. And mind you, it's fucking... So I open up the client and I connect to a server. Okay? That server then hands me off to man-in-the-middle server 1. All right, and there's probably 400 other players connected to man-in-the-middle server 1. all of us are most likely on the same shard. Okay? Everything we do is cross-checked across each client on a low scale. That data is also sent out to the replication layer and to the DGS, where they again cross-check it. Looking at time, packet timestamps, what time did this bullet hit on his screen? What time did it hit on his screen? When did these things happen? That's why they encourage people to play as a group. If you're closer together, it's easier to correlate that data. That's why they encourage group play. Not just for, getting your friends together to play, but it makes the back-end coding easier because they can offload some of the server correction to the client side. Oh, yeah, 100%. That's why I'm saying, like, you have each server, each little bit of everything it does. That's why they're wanting to do it in nodes. And each node has a specific array of servers in AWS architecture that does one thing, and it does it very fucking well. They're not trying to build a Swiss Army knife game server. They're trying to build a set of kitchen knives that do very specific tasks, and it does them excessively well. But you can take more load off the server if you have, say, 20 guys that are all in a group on a ship together doing the same thing in a battle with another ship that's got 20 guys on it fighting each other. That data is going to be easy to cross-reference to one another. It hits that man in the middle, like Putt and I are in a gunfight. We're near each other. I shoot at him, he shoots at me. Typically, the way that handshake would work is if I shot first, my timestamp would be prior to his. Not so much which one gets to the game server first, but which one hits the middle and passes the check. And that we're probably talking the same things. I'm just explaining it differently because that's kind of what I'm saying is actually no. The replication layer, it's in its name. It just copies everything the player is doing before it's committed to the server. The entity streaming system is what the replication layer is copying. Care to share? Send it to me in Discord. Because, I mean, it's just fucking voodoo is what it is.
When I go into this buggy, I will become part of the aggregate, and that means that now my buggy and myself will transition authority together. And this is how we make sure that my player, while he's driving this buggy, is always authoritative on the same server. So you can see, as I drive around with this buggy between the zones, I will switch between the different servers.
See, I'm trying to pick up on context clues. The entity itself is what's authoritative on the server. So neither the server nor the replication layer is authoritative. The entity container stream is what's authoritative. That's the only way I can fucking wrap my brain around it. My Arc, are you in our My Arch, are you in our group? Our org? I could have swore I saw your name earlier. Send me your details. Do you want to join our org? Or do you prefer to remain affiliated? I mean, there's no pressure at all. No worries. I mean, I follow what you're saying. Store, but I still don't see how that can be. Oh yeah, and I mean, like I said, I have 8 square kilometers of land claim already, so the more the merrier. One 71, 70, 168. And I don't know, I may just be sounding like an absolute fucking moron up here. Like, it makes my fucking head hurt. I'll just put it that way. Like, I mean, literally, I mean, we're all just kind of fucking shooting in the dark here, trying to figure out what the fuck is going on. But the more I think of it, the entity container stream, based on what he's saying and the way he's saying it, it leads me to believe the entity container stream is what's authoritative. The player is interacting with the entity container stream directly. The replication layer is copying it, and then they're cross-checking each other on the server. There has to be some type of cross-check there for sanity. Just angry PC tech, North End. And I swear to God, if you send me a picture of a potion that says black magic on it, I'll probably piss myself laughing. They did mention that you can cancel a claim, like you can take everything off of it and move them around. You can also move inside of it. They hinted at it. We'll pull that up as soon as we finish this video because I want to go back over that too because that's the part I'm looking forward to.
But there's more to this. So remember when I turned on the streaming earlier? The same streaming mechanics work here as well. Like obviously in this example right now you can see all those servers, they have all those entities replicated. And it's a little bit wasteful because you have 3 servers all need to replicate all those entities. And that's where streaming comes into play. I can turn on streaming here and you will see that suddenly my purple server no longer has the red area streaming. And the red server no longer has the purple area streaming. So let's see what's happened.
No worries, Rhino. After we watch this, we're going to watch that because base building and stuff is like one of the parts I'm most excited about. Base building, base building, hangars, and distribution centers are the 3 things I'm kind of stoked about. But from what I understand, you will be able to cancel out your land claim once you clear all your shit off of it to move it elsewhere. North End, are you North End as well on Twitch? Or on Discord, I mean? What the fuck is going on? Would you get comfortable, dog? All right, I sent you a friend request, North End. Okay, the nerd.
When I drive my buggy backwards into that into the red zone.
Fuck, I'm talking to myself. Like I was saying, the game server itself is a client, so the game server can't be authoritative. The entity graph is authoritative. So either the entity graph or the replication layer is authoritative. Which is why we all fucking struggled with it, because it's counterintuitive that the game server itself is part of the fucking client. Well, hopefully I didn't embarrass myself too much in front of the nerd. So, yeah, game servers, which are these, client, entity graph, replication layer, are, yeah, the graph. What is G? These are game servers. I can actually read that chicken scratch. This would be the replication layer. So it is a man-in-the-middle server. Hey, Nigel Gear. Yeah, Nigel, we're a bunch of game nerds, server nerds, developer nerds, and all other types of nerds sitting here trying to decryptify. So yeah, it was like I was drawing it out. It didn't make fucking sense, but he drew what I drew. His is just cleaner because it wasn't on paint. Basically, yes. No, he never thinks with a budget. So the client connects to G, whatever G is. Let's just say it's the game. The game connects to the replication layer. The game servers connect to the replication layer. And then it all gets committed to the entity graph. The game itself, or G, whatever G represents, is what's compensating for latency. It's handling all the timestamp transactions, which takes the load off the game servers and off the replication layer. The replication layer communicates the timestamped data for interactions to the game server. The game server says, this is how you respond. It responds, sends that back to the replication layer, which then in turn sends it back to G, and then the replication layer takes that transaction and commits it to the entity graph. Sometimes that's all you need to do, my arc, is just poke it with a trowel. But that still makes you a nerd. You're just a history nerd. You're also really good at dealing with segmented data. But that's why I was saying, based on the way he was talking and the way he was describing it, the entity container stream is the authority. So the client connects to the container stream. I'm guessing that's what G represents. R is the replication layer. The servers connect to the replication layer. The entity container stream does the time stamping and very basic high-level time coding of events. Sends that to the replication layer. The replication layer sends it to the game server. The game server then relays it back to the replication layer, and the corresponding data is committed to the entity graph while also being sent back to the client. All of this taking place within a few milliseconds. No, it's not open source. This is... If they gave this out, no open source project could fund a server array like that. Very few. You're talking in the tens of thousands, if not higher, in server cost every month for that type of server array. That is wild. Absolutely wild. Oh, not even just selling the source, giving people the engine, the expertise that goes along with setting that up for a gaming company. Imagine Starfield running on a service like this. Our Fallout 76 when it works. I need to write down VinMonk's number before I forget. In due time, Store Citizen, I'm sure somebody will. I'm sure somebody will. So, there is going to be AI involved in this as far as the economy system goes. That's Tony Z's department. But right now, that's shelved until they get... Hang on a minute. The quantum system is shelved until they get that black magic online. No, I didn't. Can you send me the link, Myark? Send it to me as a... My Twitch messages finally fucking came back for whatever reason. But, I mean, it's just fucking wild. All right, let's finish this up so we can get to the base building.
So, what happens on that purple server?
And while this is playing, I'm going to create another card.
On this server, there's only Benoit replicated. And Benoit, if you come to me over in the red area, you will see that now on this server, there's no client at all. And in theory, we could now completely stream out the entire area on that server, or stream in a new area. And you will also see, as I drive back into the green area, I will magically reappear on that purple server. And this obviously works on the other side as well. Let's get a couple more player join. I have a couple more QA in the back, so you can just see the whole thing running at live. Running in live with a bit more things going on. Let me get out of this buggy. And you will see on each server renderer which clients are currently replicated on those servers and which clients are actually authoritative on those servers. And you can see this, the green server, because it's the middle one, has most entities replicated. And then you can see this purple one at the moment only has one client replicated. Yeah. So yes, this is pretty much it. I hope you guys enjoyed this. It has been a long time to come to this point, and I just can't put in words how much tech and work we had to put into this. Big shout outs to the network team, big shout outs to the online services team.
God damn it. I've got to get a fucking foot pedal for that. Okay, so I'll go back to the beginning. For the purposes of that demo, there wasn't really any difference. To explain, I'll need to revisit some old ground. This is from Clive Johnson. At its simplest, an object container is a designer-created collection of entities that are always streamed together. So think, for example, each box, the contents of that box is what is an object container. That's created by the designer and exported out from the editor tool. The properties include the type of entity, how it connects to other entities in the object container, physical properties, collision mesh, information about various asset types such as geometry, materials, animations. One of the properties an entity has is whether it hosts a zone or not. So you can have a box That's an object container, but it doesn't necessarily need to be a host. Yeah, Willie would end up muting me. He unplugs my damn speakers all the time with his noggin. I'll share that picture here in a minute. Is whether it can be a host zone or not. One final thing to know about OCs is that they each have a single root entity that contains all other entities and assets in the OC. That entity is literally the OC entity. So, again, like I was saying before I realized I was muted, think Russian nesting dolls. So, for example, Stanton would be a root OC, okay? When you're in space in Stanton, that's the root. When you go to Microtech, that becomes the new root. When you walk into a bunker, the bunker is the new root, or whatever they set as the host, whichever entity. Like, for example, these 3 object containers that they have here are all set that they can be hosts. So if you have a player from Europe and a player from the United States and a player from Australia, check this out. Let me go back to my handy-dandy napkin drawing here. Thank you so much, North End. So you have 3 clients here. You have one in the United States, one in Europe, one in Australia. Latency buffer. That data gets sent to the replication layer. Then it gets sent to the game server. Then back to the replication layer. Then back to the client. While it's sending the data back to the client, it's also committing those changes, everything that these 3 people did near each other or around each other, back to the prospective clients. Yeah, the root is not a player character. The root is the highest tier that the player is currently in. It's like all 3 of those at the same time, gentlemen rafting. So, like, if I'm in the United States and I'm standing in the purple server and my arc's in the United Kingdom and he stands in the green server, and North End's in Australia and he stands in the red server, and myself and North End point our guns at my arc and shoot him, whoever's shot the whatever G represents on this, we'll look at our individual timestamps offset for time zone differences and see who shot first, and that person gets the criminal charge. That gets committed to the entity graph, and then that data gets sent back to us. So they're eliminating the latency before it ever gets put to the game server or committed. They're making everybody connect to the game, to an actual man-in-the-middle server. That's what G represents here. They label it G here, but it has to be the object container stream. Yes. G eliminates the latency deviation because all it's doing is it's looking at the timestamp the packet left my computer and arrived there. Then it would look at the packet that the timestamp on the packet that left your machine when you push the button. They arrive there, it offsets for time zone offset, looks at the timestamp. Who shot first? Then it sends that data onto the replication layer, which sends it to the game server. The game server responds back with, my arc's dead, angry shot first, commits that to the entity graph while it's sending it back to the game client. My arc dies, wakes up at area 18. I get a crime stat, and now North End's shooting at me. So that calculation's done, like who shot first, for example. I'm not even going to try and demystify the voodoo that's going on with the latency between G, the replication layer. Well, no. Fuck. Yeah, you're looking. I mean, unless they're expecting everyone to have around 100 millisecond ping. No, we already tried that, Nigel. It don't work. My art skills, as they say, are lacking. Well, I mean, you think of the law of averages there, Store. If everybody's running at the same ping, then roughly everyone is synchronized to the same latency. And that's what G is doing, is it's breaking down the law of averages. That's the only thing that in my brain really. Nope, it's not that one. Be quiet, Lewis. Yeah, because you're going to load, like if you're around a bunch of other players that are in Europe, your latency will be, you all will have a rather consistent latency. Where latency is going to come into play is when we have me here in the middle of no man's land, North America, standing next to, and I'm just using this as an example, say North End Trooper, who's in the middle of no man's land, Australia. I think the only way it logically makes sense is for it to offset latency by splitting the difference between the two. Latency? Leave my southern dialect alone. Blame Star Trek. Latinum. Let's face it, the English language as a whole is fucking weird. But yes, it's latency. I will try to correct myself moving forward for your sanity, Stuicus. My arc, I need your RSI profile link. All right, let's watch this base building one.
Come on, I can't hear you. All right, there we go. So, we'll be talking today about something special. It's an update on something that we talked about a little while ago, but we feel it's the future of Star Citizen, and it's the culmination of multiple different game systems coming together. So why don't you play the video?
No worries there, my arc. If you send it to me in Discord, I'll get to it because I've got to do a different. I've got to swap out logos for yours. My arc, I will. If you send it to me on Discord, I'll dig it up. I've got to swap out logos for yours and switch to the Lore Masters logo. I got it, my arc.
All right, so base building. All right, it breaks down into two really large gameplay sections, planning ahead and prepping, and then you've got the on-site where you're actually gonna build. So with that, you need to figure out what your goal is. Is it to have a home with a nice view and relax? Is it to have a trading post where you want to create and sell items? Is it to gather resources available and move on to the next area? Or is it to be off-grid and be completely self-sufficient?
All right, Rhino. So, like he was talking about right there, he kind of hinted at it that you would be able to pick up your land claim and move elsewhere. So you could plant a claim, strip the area of resources, and move on. And just to show you what I've got keeping my feet warm at the moment, when I was talking about Willie unplugging cables, that black cable right there, that's my speaker wire. And he likes to use it to hold his head up.
So with that, with your prep and everything like that, we've got blueprints. So the recipes. Everything in the game is fabricated from a blueprint. Players acquire blueprints via reputation rewards, missions, or rare NPCs. With any blueprint, you can actually do research on it and then create different variations. With materials, ranging from the common to ultra rare, you might find them at the local shop or have to travel around the universe to collect them. Unrefined, refined, simple materials, or even complex components will all go into the fabrication. With this, then you got location, location, location. First area is high security, so you must purchase the land. The base is actually invulnerable because the planetary shield tech. A security will show up to protect it as well. You pay for the privilege, you're taxed. So at this point, you won't have the best resources available. You won't have access to the best resources available on the planet. If you don't pay your taxes, the shields will go away after a period of time, and the base will become derelict and will collapse. But this is low risk, low reward. Then you've got low security. So again, you must purchase the land. It's owned by an independent corp, gang, or faction. Again, you don't have access to all the best resources on the planet. The base is vulnerable. AI NPCs will show up and protect the base if it's attacked. The protection will escalate over time. Player can also build defenses to help mitigate this as well. And then it's medium reward, medium risk. Then you've got lawless. So this is no protection other than what you build. There's shields, anti-air. Players can disable the shields by getting close to them and destroying them. High risk, high reward. Since there's no taxes, no protection fees, you get a high return on the resources that you collect. Now, there's some cross-shard and server meshing considerations that will kind of adjust this design in the future, but we'll get into that later once we're really building it. So from here, you've got the tool. So this is what we would consider a surveyor. With this, we want to actually cater to everybody's playstyle, whether you're solo or in an org. With this, you got different buildings that you can produce, from small, medium to large to XL or XL. So with the surveyor tool, you can only build the small buildings. With a vehicle, you can build small and medium-sized buildings. With the Galaxy, you can build small to large structures. And then obviously with the Pioneer, Pioneer can do it all, and it still works as a mobile base, and we'll talk about some of the more expanded features that we're adding to it.
So how many people in chat have either a Pioneer actively in their hangar or one in buybacks? Where's my Pioneers owner group? Hey, Nocturne. Welcome to chat. Welcome to the. Blah. Welcome to the stream. I'll get words out right here in a minute. Hey, Speedin'. God, I need to fix my hair. So yeah, Rhino. On your question earlier, it appears that yeah, you should be able to pick up your land claim and move it pretty much anywhere. Yeah, we just went over server meshing. I'm a server or a sysadmin by trade, so it was kind of one of those where myself and everyone in chat, the other server nerds, tried to very high level understand what the fuck they were doing. And I think we kind of got an idea, but we're still somewhat confused. Noxturn, thank you so much for the follow. That gets you an entry in the Artist Proof Challenge Coin giveaway later on. For those that haven't seen it, there's an almost fully cleaned up MSR coin. I'm not quite done with its final appearance. I've got to get this little bit down here to go away. See that little lip? It's annoying the shit out of me. So it's for an artist proof copy of that. For those wondering kind of what we've been doing on the laser, if you're a member of our Patreon, any tier, any of the paid tiers, you'll get either if you're a member of our org, the USSA org, focus, you'll get a USSA ID card. If not, you'll get a Lore Masters ID card once I get that logo finished. The $5 tier gets you the aluminum card. The $10 tier gets you the stainless card, which I'll have to find again. And then the $25 tier, where you get a challenge coin, the challenge coin of the month, gets you the titanium card as soon as I get my titanium stock in, which looks like this. Yeah, it took SIG 6 years to make theirs. I made mine in a week. Where the frick did I put the stainless card? Ah. And then here's the stainless variant. That's what I'm actually working on with the laser right now, is getting all members an aluminum card while I'm waiting on my stainless and my titanium stocks to arrive. Stainless should be here Monday. So everyone that's in the $10 tier, their stainless cards will be going out next week. And then, yeah, the $25 tier gets you the monthly challenge coin. This month is Crusader. That's the front. There's the back, which we're doing with a blue enamel fill. And then this coin's going out to someone at SIG, so I can't really show their name. And then there's the vulture coin from back in August. And the RSI Connie coin, which will be going out next week as soon as I get more slabs in, because I'm out of slabs. Yep. Exclamation enlist. The name of our org is USSA. We are an industrial org. Industrial and logistics. Wide breadth of players. Usually someone always active in the evenings. As we grow, we'll get more and more people online. But yeah, we do all kinds of events. We're working on some stuff to try and have some more org events now that we're through the summer SIG drought, to start having more fun events come up and more things to do. And then I showed this off earlier on. I'll show it off again. A little sneak peek at the Orgs Challenge coin. My first dive into micro engraving with a laser. So those letters, their height is about 1/2 millimeter high. To give you an idea of scale. To give you an idea of scale on how big that is, this is the coin that picture was taken of. Focus. This coin's only 38 millimeters in diameter. If you were at CITCON, you might have picked up one of Segalion's Starfarer coins that we did specifically for CITCON. But anyway, back to base building.
And late.
That was enough of a sales pitch. Exclamation Patreon to join the Patreon. I'll throw it up in chat real quick. There it goes. Just took it a minute. And then exclamation enlist for our org. Oh wait, no, it's shit, what code was it? Well, I'll be adding a new code, exclamation one of us.
Later on. So, and then it's also, we're exploring what can be done.
Thanks, Drew.
Not just on the planet. So from here, you set off on your journey. So with the land claim, you put your tool down where you want, you launch the drone that is built into the machine, and then from there, this allows the player to access the base building and also land claim mode. With the land claim modes, the player can actually change the size and position of what area they want to claim, and it also shows you the cost and taxes associated with it. If it's in a taxable zone and you don't own the land, this interface will default to it. So if you own land or it's in a lawless area, it'll automatically go to base building mode. So with the overhead view of the land, you can actually place down buildings exactly where you want. You can see the resources beneath the surface, and then you can also place multiple buildings before you actually build. So you can see how it will all kind of come together. You'll see
I saw it as soon as I looked down. My little lights on the microphone aren't working. So yeah, the way that would work is like, say for example, Rhino, a Pathfinder or an Explorer would go out and find a resource-rich location, post that either in the org channel on the game or in our Discord. Then Cuddy, Credo, or myself or Warped, any one of us in the leadership, we would verify the data, check it out, whatever needs to be done. Then we would put Credo, who's our logistics guy, he would actually start organizing what's needed for that particular location, as far as like, do we need Starfarers? Do we need the Pioneer? What do we need to build on that location? Then we would send out a settlement crew. That settlement crew would go out there, start the base building operations, getting things in place. And assigned with that settlement crew would also be a defense wing. And if it's in Lawless, obviously, it would be a little bit heavier defense wing. And it would scale, obviously, from there. Yeah, it's always about tacos. You and Putt Putt will get along.
The resources that are needed for it. And then you can also switch back and forth between different modes, which are showing off the resource network and how you link.
Yes, we have a full breadth of ships. Almost all of our founders are at least Space Marshal or higher. Like I have a Pioneer, I have 3 Hull E's, 2 Hull C's, 3 Hull C's, a BMM, F8. So we have a full variety of ships that's available for anyone in the org to use should they need it. So we pretty much got all grounds covered. I think the last numbers we did, in order to fully complement all of our ships, like a full complement of every seat required, it was like some 800 people we would need in the org to fully outfit every single ship. Space Marshal is the $10,000 tier. Like, I know there's at least 2 of us that are at least wing, like I'm Wing Commander, and we have one other who's Wing Commander. Yeah, we have more ships than we have asses to put in seats.
Link basically power generators to consumers. And then the player can move or deconstruct existing buildings right now with no charge. Fabrication. So when you basically build these buildings, they don't come with any furnishings. And if you didn't bring any with you, then you want to build a fabricator. So depending on what you want to build, there's different sizes of them that support buildings from decorations, armor, weapons, components, and even ships. So like base building mode, you need blueprint.
I'm really curious how far the shipbuilding aspect is going to be able to go. Like, are you going to be able to customize the ships even further than you can now, or? So you're going to be the guy that when he gets interdicted, barbecue sauce is going to splatter all over the canopy? Yeah, Wing Commander, or now I gotta look it up. Hang on. So yeah, Wing Commander is 10,000 spent. Praetorian is 15,000. And I'm about, let's just say less than $1,000 away from Praetorian right now.
Prints, resources to craft what you want. Everything fabricated is produced from it produces a physicalized and so like base building mode, you need blueprints, resources to craft what you want. Everything fabricated components.
Was in the wrong program.
So like base building mode, you need blueprints, resources to craft what you want. Everything fabricated is produced from it produces a physicalized entity. Stats and quality will depend on the quality of the materials actually used. Once you've done that and you've built your decorations, now you can actually fill the room the way that you want to fill it. So furnishings can be purchased at different locations, or they can actually be fabricated. You can do that via first person or in a dedicated mode in the surveyor's tool. With that, you've got different types of buildings. So you've got utility style, which would be garages, freight elevators, landing pads, storefronts. And then you've got extractors. So with extractors, we want to make sure that nothing in regards to resource gathering is fully automated. A level of player engagement is always needed. So as Nick talked about before, there are different types of commodities, radioactive, perishable, et cetera. What you'll be doing is pulling out full containers. Then from there, it'll be repairing, or there's wear and tear associated with it, or even misfires like you saw in Thorsten's talk and Guillermo's talk yesterday. There's also upgrade paths for making them more efficient or resilient. Power generators. So with different types of power generators, there'll be some that are more cost-effective as well as effective in different areas. Solar panels will not always work in darkness. Fuel generators will need to be filled up every now and then batteries to store excess power. Then you've got producers. So things that will require the players to combine different resources to produce new items. And then you've got defense. So anti-air, anti-personnel, and then shield generators. And then the big one. We start development Q1.
So given the opportunity right now, let's say Pyro's in, where would be the first place you would go to start looking for a new home? Hey, Vapucci. Let's see here. Nice. So, Stuicus, what kind of place are you going to build? Are you going to build you a place with a view, or are you building a center of operations for you and your fleet? Oh, my computer's putting out some fucking heat. It's getting hot in here. All right, I got a quick ad for those that are unsubscribed. I'm not sure either, because Terra in most space games is Earth. Because Terra is Latin. I believe it's Latin. Latin or Greek for Earth. How can you lay right there? It's fucking burning up right there. Why do you have to be so fucking adorable? I'm kind of curious what the first what the first thing we'll get as far as base building goes in game. Like, what's going to be our first foray? What's going to be the first thing we're going to be able to build? Knowing Sig, it's probably not going to be a house. Probably be a latrine. Lemonade stand. A taco stand to park your Drake cutter in to sell tacos. I do not know why, but for some reason watching it print these cards is so damn satisfying. Yep, Drake taco truck. I gotta check and see. I'm waiting on some more of the thick boy coins to get here so I can... Oh, cool, tomorrow. A buggy elevator that'll kill you when you call your buggy. That's about on par. Jeez, putt-putt. Talk about wrecking a neighborhood. Putt-putt flies by and the value of your land claim drops by half. Those are the two things I'm the most stoked for is base building and the actual server meshing to get in. Oh, please tell me I clicked order on that. Okay, good, I did. Now, do you think we're going to be getting a 321 dot whatever patch for IAE, or do you think IAE is just going to be straight up 322? You think they're going to do what they did on Invictus and drop the big replication layer right at the beginning for that ever so precious server load data? I'm going to park on a corner. I'm going to start building everything on a corner. Put the back of my property in a little, like, where the mountains are nested in. I'm going to put two corners right there. I had to redo Speedin's card because I fucking printed the wrong QR code. build it underwater. Why is your base underwater so putt-putt can't break into it? But that means you can't even get into it. It's worth it. Have you seen that man fly? Actually, no. Rhinoxus is the one that I'd want to build into the mountain for. I shouldn't talk about Rhinoxus. He's not here to defend himself right now. Okay, who's next? John Shepard. One. TBD. Two, three, four, five, six, 7, 8. Hey, Esme. Underwater bases 2029. Me putting in a call to SIG. Hey, I need underwater bases. I got a neighbor who will not stop blaring his radio at 3 a.m. Man, I can't do math at the moment. Calculator. Just punch the camera mount. It'll be okay. Oh my God, store. The fucking dad joke of the day right there. I could just see your guy with a cowboy hat on top of his space suit trying to wrangle a storm wall. Well, storm walls aren't in the game yet, but they will be soon. Watch Putt-Putt get bucked off of a storm wall and crushed by the core of Crusader. Or better yet, get bucked off a storm wall and watch him and Rhinoxus. Watch Rhinoxus try and catch him with a C8R. That's pay-per-view TV right there. all day long. All right. So my arc gets a LM number. So I'm still gonna hunt down Grin, Cody. Shit, what was Putt Putt's number? I'm gonna do Stuicus next. Putt Putt was 160. Yeah, I kind of agree. You should be able to strap yourself to an A1. And then Rhino. So I got some new special edition materials I'm looking at for our $60 and up tier on the Patreon. One of them I'm wanting to try. I'm just not sure how we could work it. It's a material that by the manufacturer is called superconductor. So it's a copper and niobium. I'm probably butchering the pronunciation of that. Damascus. Oh, and Putt Putt, you said you were looking for Makugami, right? I'm probably butchering the pronunciation of that as well. I can get you 38 millimeter coins. So basically, they're like the thick boys. They're this size, 38 millimeters in diameter, 5 millimeter thick. Are you guys that busy? Just the tips and only for a minute. As he beat me to it. I really hope you guys like these cards because they showed up. Damn it, I gotta redo Vin Monks. I gotta say, I really like the way these looks. You can't see it on the picture, but the text on the bottom and the top is actually the USSA name repeated over and over. And Vin Monk, I gotta redo yours because for some reason it changed the font focus. Oh, there it went. All right, so that was John's. So we'll do. Rhinos next. Rhino, I'm guessing you're not in our. Are you in USSA? If not, it's no big deal. I just need to know so I can. Oh, Snake Eyes. Okay. Okay. Dossier. Four 708. Now, I fully expect everyone to go and post tons of pictures of these on Reddit and Twitter and everything as soon as you get them. No worries. 48, 47, 46, 45. All night long. Mine shouldn't be making any sound. Why the fuck? Hang on. Sorry. Sorry, Drew. I didn't know that streamer mode kicked off. I don't know why it kicked off, to be honest with you. There you go. You shouldn't hear it any longer. My apologies. I'm an asshole. Just be glad it's not a busy day on one of the streamer discords, because I kid you not, I can be sitting here and hear like 20 to 30 of them go off in a matter of 30 seconds. It's fucking maddening. Actually, Drew, I think you're a member of some of them, aren't you? I go through and mute them, but I do the mute that doesn't turn it off permanently. So I'm on the constant hunt for whichever server fucking unmuted itself. Drives me nuts. There we go. I bet I just fucked up again. Nope, cool. I did it right. Woohoo! I didn't fuck up. You get that rabbit. All right, and just for everybody that's in chat right now, that's on the $25 tier and higher. Again, I'm sending out everyone an aluminum card right now as a temporary holdover until I get my stainless or I get my titanium in. Anyone that's on the $10 tier, same thing. As soon as the stainless comes in, I'll get them made. Because I gotta say, I'm really, 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 really proud of the titanium cards. Especially with how close we color match the USSA blue. Oh, and Varen, for the other thing you requested in on the cup, do you want? Do you want it on a straight wall one like this? Or do you want on a bigger tumbler? Like the 20 ounces, I think? Let me find a picture. I'll show you what I mean. I know I'm asking a question with absolutely no reference. Oh, you nasty bastard. So I have one that looks like that. Yeah, my arc. I'm just going to throw it in your envelope. Because I looked up the shipping for your stuff. As a matter of fact, I'm using a courier because I have a couple of people that I'm sending stuff to over there. And basically, I'll send one bulk shipment over there, and then it'll get dispersed. Display. Oop. So, Varen, do you want... is Varen still with me, or did he leave? Do you want one that's like that, or... I have a new cup I haven't engraved on yet. Let me find it. But they're really fucking cool, and they're high-quality stainless, too. Oh, that's right. I forgot. It's not a mug. It's a stein. And I have a few different styles of them. I just got to find the right... So I have that one. That one. Whoops. Stop it. Oh, fine. And so yeah, I guess Varen, are you still there? You can grab one of those, Ezzy, and we'll give her a go. Grab that black one. 2. There it is. Well, when Varen gets back, I'll ask him. All right, so we got Rhino. And the other reason my arc that I'm doing one in aluminum for everybody is because the platinum one is kind of a display piece. Like, I'm working on a way to protectively coat them. Well, Von Cody, the reason why I'm doing this is like Fallout has some awesome merch and a community that makes really cool shit for Fallout. There's so many other games that have really cool merch, but it feels like for Star Citizen, everybody's just kind of sitting here wanting more, but no one's there to make it. And like, I want to make it for people, and I want to make it affordable because let's face it, I bought one of the bobbleheads from CITCON, and $50 is too much for a fucking bobblehead. $40 was too much for that fucking pin set, especially since it's soft enamel. So I appreciate that, and I hope you guys really like the stuff that I make and that I'm able to produce, and we can keep on making more and more cool shit together. Because none of what I'm making would be possible if it wasn't for you guys. So thank you for giving me an opportunity and allowing me to make this stuff for you guys. So, as I was saying though, on the titanium, I'm working on a method to cover it. I just haven't figured it out yet because it is focus. It is kind of bad at showing fingerprints. And the fingerprint, now mind you, the fingerprints can cause the color to shift, but rubbing alcohol will clear it off. But I'm working on finding a way to cover the colors and everything on the titanium without taking away from the color pop. That's the other challenge. Well, my ultimate goal, what I would love to do is to get like concrete cement or like a clear resin. Like what I want to do is get my coins like this one licensed. Concrete, definitely. Well, I mean, that would protect it. You're not going to get any fingerprints on it. That's for damn sure. But you may have a challenge putting it in your pocket. Fucking concrete. A big pocket. Strong belt and suspenders. Myark, did I read that correctly earlier? Did you say you were an archaeologist or an architect? I can't remember which one you said you were. Snake Eyes 145. Hang on, Ezzy's calling me. That's fucking cool, Myark. I was saying, okay, putt putt. I was actually kind of expecting a smart ass response from him on that one. I have an idea. I was like expecting him to say super glue and paper. And then when you saw me look in the camera, it's because there for a minute my hair looked like Jim Carrey from Pet Detective, Ace Ventura Pet Detective. Let me do. We got putt putts, Stoicus. And I'm not typing. Ooh, I almost kicked Snake Eyes out of the org. Stoicus, are you in our org? If not, it's no big deal. I've just got to give you a different logo. Can you send me the link to your Star Citizen dossier in a DM real quick? Or did you already? And I just didn't see it? If you're busy at the moment, it's no big deal. I can come back to you on later on tonight. Yes, you. You get a card. At least you're in my list. As it sits right now, I need Grin of DKs, Cody's, which I'll have to send him a message. Captain Havoc's. Stuicus, Yawk Dragons I have, and Creatures is the only one left. I'll do this one, then I'm gonna have to sign off and go pick up Ezzy and get ready for work. I didn't realize how much time had gone by already. And then if you know any orgs that would want custom org ID cards, tell them to reach out to me, Angry PC Tech, on Discord, whatever platform. I'm going to be posting them up to Etsy and stuff later as well. So by all means, feel free to have them reach out, and we'll be happy to get some spun up for them. We have many different materials and stuff like that. We want to help everybody get cool shit. Eventually we'll get SIG's details, or we'll get SIG's attention, and they'll license stuff to me. Hopefully. Maybe. Perfect. Oh, okay. I know your org logo real well. I'll make a phone call. No worries, Rhino. I'm fixing to wrap up myself as well. I've got to get ready to, do that 4-letter word. And all that jazz. Have a good one, Rhino. Be careful. Work. Oh, it looks like Ezzy got a ride home from her friend. Okay. Whose car is that? Why is my camera automatically... That's fucking weird. They have a sticker on the side of their car, and for some reason... I'm assuming she got just the tips. That was weird. Whatever picture was on the side of their car was blurred in the camera.
It was holographic Halloween stickers.
Oh, that would be why. Willie, settle down. You want to come say hi to everybody? What's wrong? You fix it in the mirror, not on camera.
They just stick out everywhere. Hi.
Stuicus says hi.
Let's do a kiss.
Since
Yes, I got the tips.
yeah, she's got them in her apron. I feel sorry for those guys.
Keeping them in a book. I squish them in there.
She squishes them in there like flower petals.
I put foot.
Now let's see if I can.
Lily. No.
File.
Have you given him any screen time?
Yes, he got screen time. Import.
I brought pizza. Thank you. Your Mountain Dew's right there. I only got you one. That's all I have.
All right. Now, Stuicus, I have to make this one an unofficial one. But I'll make it up for you nonetheless. Because it's a temporary one anyway. I mean, yeah, if you want to join real quick, I can approve your request. We're not exclusive. It doesn't matter either way. I was going to do one for Sigalian anyway. You would be 173. And I'm pretty sure Ultima and myself and the USSA will be striking up a business association anyway. TBD. Perfect. Copy. Shit, I did all those changes. That's our org link there. Lore Masters is actually in the process. We're in the process. I'm waiting on the artist to get us back the new logo. Okay. Pop. 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 There we go. Yep, Lore Masters is getting its own logo now. So I'm just waiting for them to get it back, and we'll get it put on the website. We'll get it put on the Patreon. It's probably going to be a spin on the USSA logo. Not identical, but close. Admin. Recruitment. Applications. Accept. And then when I send out your stainless one, I'll update it to Stu H. Well, that one's messed up anyway. Let me fix that. There we go. Alrighty. I'm curious if that site ever came back up. right, there you go, Stukas. Your card's being made. Let me get my spreadsheet of knowledge here. It's 73, and creature is number 166. All right, and tomorrow we'll be working on the MSR coin, getting the final touches on the clean run of it, and we'll be doing some cargo runs in game. I do plan on gaming tomorrow. We'll be gaming on Sunday and Monday, probably some on Saturday too. My schedule's starting to calm down, so I should be able to get back into my every other day, if not back to my everyday streaming. Finally. Yes, Putt Putt, I will send you a spreadsheet of knowledge. I know exactly which one to send you. Baron Clan, you made it back yet? No, it'll be this weekend. Well, actually, technically, the entries will open for the proof coin tomorrow. So, yeah, tomorrow we start the raffle for the MSR proof. I know today's stream was kind of boring, but I needed to get some housekeeping done. And I still got more housekeeping to get done. Let me see here. Who are... We're going to read out to Bog. Give me just a second. Where's the little shithead at? Willie. Billy. Oh, God. Oh, my God. I said the name. And he came at full speed. Yeah. Yeah, you did. So from Ezzy, Willie, and myself, thank you guys for another amazing stream. Even though, we did just kind of nerd out on lasers and server meshing and base building and all that good jazz. Tomorrow we'll do some gameplay. We'll get in there and try and break some stuff. But from Willie, Ezzy, and myself, remember to smile. It can change someone's day and to be the difference you want to see in the world. Until next time, 73s. And did my raid break? No kisses. There we go. 73s. And oh yeah. Let me show that. No, you can't eat this. It's aluminum. It's not food. Do a kiss. There's your card. We'll get these added to everyone's envelopes. 73s, and we'll see you in the black. Oh, God. Oh. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. Look, I got...